All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the official 25-27 Treatment Court Grant Program and our grant review committee meeting to go over the preliminary applications. So for the record, my name is Adeline Padlina, and I'm the Treatment Court Grant Program Coordinator for the CJC. So great news. We can get started because we already have folks ready to go and we have quorum. The majority of our GRC members are here. But a couple things as we get started. So this is a public meeting. We are being recorded, which means that this will, be around for all posterity for people to review. It also means there will not be a chat feature available. So for our GRC members or our CJC staff members, if you'd like to speak, you'll just need to put on your microphone. There won't be a chat option. There will be a chance, if you are not a GRC member and you're not a CJC staff member, there will be a chance for public comment at the end. If you do choose to make a public comment, please remember it needs to be a comment. We can't answer any questions. And that goes for myself, the CJC staff, as well as the GRC members. And if GRC members, if you do have any questions regarding the applications, that is why I will be your guide today. I'm here to answer them. We want to make sure that those are directed to us at the CJC versus the applicants themselves. If we need any further information, I have an incredible team behind me who will be off camera, who will be looking into information. And then also we can, if we desperately need to, reach out to the applicants. So we will take care of that. Yeah, and just a friendly reminder about why we are here today is we are going to be providing the applicants with feedback that will guide their funding requests. So today, what we're looking for from all of you as the GRC is we are looking for the recommendations that you have for them on how they can operationalize their standards and the funding requests that they should be making to really make sure that those courts are adhering to those standards. So with that, we'll go ahead and look at our agenda here. I want to stress a couple things. This is loose. It's real loose. I'm going to try my best to stick to it, but we might get a little bit out of bounds. So just know that this is a guideline. Except for one quick note, you will notice about halfway down, we have lunch set from 11:55 to 1:05. That is absolutely a hard stop because we have a couple folks who are generously giving us their time, even though they have other meetings that they have to go to. So we will be stopping for that hour so they can get to those meetings as well as, hopefully like breathe a little, maybe get a drink of water, etc. That being said, GRC, we are in it to win it for the day. So I please make sure you have water, bring your snacks, get comfortable. It's going to take a minute. So that being said, if you need a break beyond what I have on here, which is just that lunch break and that 3 o'clock break, please let me know. Just say so. We are ready to stop if we need to. All right. Any questions from our GRC before we get started? Yes, please, Joe.
I have an unexpected conflict from 2 to 3. It might not take that long, but it's regarding litigation, so I need to step off for a minute.
Sure.
So I will advise you of that.
My understanding, and I'm going to keep an eye on my chat to make sure that I am correct, but currently we have 7 people. So if you pop off and then hopefully return when you're done, we should still have quorum. So we should be okay. All right. Any other questions? All right. If they come up as we go, definitely let me know. But for now, it is my great pleasure and my great honor to introduce Rachel Mark. So Rachel is OJD's lead treatment court analyst. She also is a GRC staff member. She fields my chats and emails almost every single day. And she is here to give everyone an overview of Oregon's treatment court program before we kind of get into it, and give you kind of some updates on some trends and just kind of let you know what's going on within the treatment court world here in Oregon. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Rachel.
Thank you, Adeline. Good morning, everybody. Lovely to see you. We can move past this slide into the good stuff. I mostly wanted it up as a reminder to me to kind of frame for you where I'm coming from. So all of you know we're talking about treatment courts that are specifically ran within OJD circuit courts. And what I wanted to make sure you were all familiar with is the support and programming that is offered by the Office of the State Court Administrator. So as I mentioned, I'm a treatment court analyst. I'm on a team of individuals that we all provide support to Oregon's treatment courts. So that's kind of the background framing that I wanted to make sure you had when you're hearing the rest of this information from me, so you can understand the resources that are available to our amazing 70 treatment courts in Oregon. So first and foremost, wanted to show you this map just to get a little bit of a lay of the land, literally and proverbially. If you are mathing right now, looking at this table on your right, you're thinking, gosh, Rachel, that only adds up to 68 programs. You are right. But since we published this map, which was at the very beginning of 2025, we have had 2 new programs go live. So we are officially up to 70 treatment courts in Oregon. I believe you were reviewing 59 of them as applicants in your grant program. So the vast majority of them apply for your funds. And as you can see here, they are scattered about the state. There's clearly a real heavy presence, especially on the west side, but we certainly have some representation in the eastern part of Oregon as well. These are all of the different types of treatment courts represented by these fun different icons. So just a little bit of a reference for you to kind of see who exists where. Sometimes a visual can be helpful. And with that, I think we can advance to the next slide. So a few things that we wanted to kind of share with you is, I think for lots of you who have been in the game for a while, you remember a time when treatment courts had a number of resources available to them. And then there was a time where there was less resources available at the state level. And we are really excited to share that at this point, our team at OSCA, the Office of the State Court Administrator, we have a team of currently 6 individuals that support our 70 treatment courts, as I'd mentioned. But I also want to emphasize OSCA has a number of divisions, and really it's one of those all hands on deck, it takes a village kind of moments. Everybody does a piece to support the work of treatment courts. For example, we have individuals who specialize in data analysis and different ways of kind of packaging our data, and they do a ton of work for our treatment court programs. We have our tech division, referred to as ETSD, that supports and hosts our statewide case management system. So I won't go through all of the different people that support it, but you can see that it really is a true village effort. And we are fortunate enough to have a team that specifically is focused on treatment courts from the programmatic lens. So that's who you see in this picture over here on the left. And here's the kind of different ways that we can support the programs. The biggest thing I think I want to emphasize today is the team's ability to really zoom in and focus on individual program support needs. We recognize that every community has kind of different challenges, different strengths, and the ability to operationalize the standards sometimes requires some creativity and really looking specifically at that community to figure out how to best make this work in a way that makes sense there. And so our team really tries to do that in a way that's responsive to the community, what the team needs. And I will explain more about why that's relevant quite shortly. But as you can see on this list here, we do all kinds of stuff to promote, support the programs, whether that's through the grant process, such as this one. We try to make sure that they have the resources they need to understand the process, any tips that can help them be successful, liaising with the CJC. As Adeline said, we do lots of talking back and forth because some of this stuff can be challenging and confusing. And so the more we can communicate, usually the easier it is for folks to navigate their way through the process. We do a lot of resource provision, including connections with national experts, providing legal guidance that comes from our Office of General Counsel. not the programs team. We also like to host trainings, and we recognize that not only are trainings necessary to be successful in implementing treatment court programs, but they're also part of the standards for best practices for treatment courts. So there's a heavy emphasis on our team for providing trainings to our local programs. And with that, let's move to the next slide, please. So perfect time to talk about trainings. You can see a picture here. We actually just hosted an incentive camp in the spring, and this is an example of one of the programs that attended, developing new incentives to support the participants in the Family Treatment Court program. Shout out to Linn County FTC, and thanks to them for letting me take their photo. So that is the work that we love to do to help our programs be successful and have the foundations they need to implement the best practices. I want to zoom in a bit more to talk about this technical assistance, which we have found to be a little bit of an elusive term. So I really want to kind of explain that the way we try to describe this is individualized solution finding. It's whatever the programs need. If there are relationship issues, how can we dive in there and kind of address that? If this is a training issue, obviously, what can we provide to address that? If the program perhaps needs some work and people want to figure out a strategy for how to approach that, we can help them develop the strategy and ultimately put together action plans for kind of how to tackle each of the issues that they're looking at facing. And we think that that could be particularly helpful as they are getting feedback from you all, which is amazing, related to kind of areas that in the standards are having great success and maybe areas that there could be some room for improvement. So our team is ready and available to do what the programs need to help them with addressing whatever feedback you all elect to send their way. And one thing that I think I would be remiss to not mention here, as you can see, this list is actually, it's certainly not exhaustive, but there's a lot of stuff on here. And while we are a pretty good sized team, 70 treatment courts can keep us very busy. So all of this really is based on, the timeliness of the request, who needs what we're able to offer, and what funding we have available to us. And as of late, we have been incredibly fortunate with federal grant funding. We have some OJD funding for our team as well, but I mentioned that just of a lot of the support training resources that we've offered over the last couple of years have been at least in part funded by federal grants. So while we anticipate and plan to continue to provide the same level of support that we always have, we also recognize that there are potential changes that may be coming our way that we're not necessarily aware of yet. So it's kind of just planting that seed just in case, but hoping that all remains as comprehensive as I just explained it all to you. Next slide, please. And one piece that I think is kind of helpful as we move into the day, again, for those of you that have been doing this for a while, you know that this grant program historically has been critical for treatment court coordinator funding. And thanks to the 2024 legislative session, House Bill 5204 passed, and general funding was provided to OJD for treatment court coordinators for existing programs. So that was an incredible step for treatment courts in Oregon, who have long been fighting for some stability and really, I think, be viewed as a legitimate, necessary part of the justice system. So kind of wanted to just take a moment to celebrate that win, but also to highlight, I think that a lot of the recommendations that had come out of the 23-25 GRC process related to programmatic improvements that programs could make, a lot of which really relied on the treatment court coordinators. And so, of course, that tied into requests asking for funds for those individuals that we know were limited to ration in nature by virtue of having been grant funded. And at this point, that no longer has to be one of the asks. So we're excited that that won't be included in this grant program's budget requests coming from our programs this time through. It really also gives our coordinators a specific focus on treatment courts so that they can do the various things that are necessary to effectively run treatment courts, collecting the data, coordinating training, providing participant information, communicating with partners in the community, and managing relationships. There's so much that goes into that role, and it really highlighted that we need dedicated individuals who are doing that work. So hooray for that. And that also theoretically frees up some money in the grant program to go to other purposes. Although I say that very cautiously, as I realize we have no idea what amount of money we're going to be working for. And I will defer to Adeline to talk more about that piece. But just wanted to take a moment to really celebrate that this is the first time we're at a different juncture for treatment courts as we're looking at these grant applications. And that is something that we didn't want to pass up. So I think that may be my last slide, but no, it's not. There's more. I'm going to keep going. Let's talk about the programs. We've heard about OSCA now. We wanted to give just a teeny bit of foundation. We know all of you have familiarity with treatment courts already, but wanted to just kind of set the stage for some things that you may see as you're looking at different program types and how things may look different. Historically, we know that when people think about treatment courts, for the longest time, they thought about drug courts. And so they were really kind of narrowly focused on what operations looked like when you're running a drug court program. As you all know, we have 6 different types of treatment courts in Oregon, and they'll have kind of a slightly different flavor because they're serving different target populations. And so with that, they oftentimes will have different team members depending on the program type. They also have different kind of community partners to try to meet their participant needs and address their individual service needs. Also, that is considerate of local resources as well. So the other thing that you will probably ascertain as you were reading these applications is that the target populations themselves might look a little bit different, but something we wanted to emphasize is there's some version of risk and need for each of these populations. So how we determine what risk and need look like for them and kind of how those terms are defined may look different depending on program type, but everybody uses that metric for deciding who is appropriate to enter treatment court programs. So with that, some nuances for each of the program types. For FTCs, and this actually plays for JDTCs as well. These are 2 types of programs that exist in different systems. So typically when treatment court started, we were thinking about the criminal justice system, the adult justice system that was serving adult individuals. And at this point, our family treatment courts are operating within the dependency system, while our JDTCs, our juvenile drug treatment courts, that is, are operating in the delinquency system. So with that in mind, there are certainly different practices to be aware of, certainly different rules, laws, etc. And because these target populations are different, family treatment courts are serving the dependency population, which essentially is the whole family. We're focusing on these young people and making sure that they have a safe place to return back to, and that's by the support of family treatment courts working with the parent who got involved in the dependency system, but really recognizing that's a whole family system approach. And so as you can imagine, there's different team members that are involved in that process and different best practices associated with it. A couple of other things that are probably more significant in the budget process, but worth mentioning, is that our family treatment courts have had great support in the last few years, and there actually is some specific funding for participant supports for I want to say, I think it's 6 family treatment courts in Oregon, and we can provide you all that list prior to the budget hearing, or excuse me, budget review meeting that you all have. But those programs have access to a different set of funds that not all treatment courts do. So that might be helpful information for you to have as you're looking at budgets. Something else that's unique for FTCs, housing needs and costs are different. We're talking about serving families here. We're not simply putting individuals into sober recovery housing. We're actually looking at how to house the entire family. So as you can imagine, that costs more money. There can be a little bit more associated with that. So the asks that you'll see probably on the budget requests may look different for those programs that don't have access to these ODHS funds for participant supports. And finally, adherence to best practices and metrics for operation and success may look different. So the good news is the CJC is incredible. They understand these nuances, how they decided to evaluate the programs, really considered the differences across program type, but I did want to flag that for you. You know, when we talk about outcomes of our programs or performance measures, those that usually apply to all of our treatment court types, sometimes they don't fit quite perfectly for FTCs. So that's something that our FTCs specifically and our statewide advisory group on FTCs are looking at how to kind of best measure the work of FTCs. So that's probably not super significant for today, but is good for you to have in the back of your mind. With juvenile drug treatment courts, in addition to, of course, the inclusion of the education system, there's a really high emphasis on including caregivers. So typically we would say parent, but really want to kind of broaden that lens, recognizing that support can look different. And that's what we're going for, not necessarily parents per se, but there is oftentimes, there are best practices in JDTCs related to including the parents, giving them their own services. And I bring that up because, as you can imagine, that might trickle over to some of the budget requests potentially as well. For young people to be successful, their parents also need to get services and make sure they're able to do what's needed for their children. And so that potentially could leave some room for folks to ask for funds to support parents in a JDTC. With our VTCs, there are a lot of nuances that I would love to dive into with this specific population, but I am going to keep it brief for today because I know y'all have tons to do. But some things we wanted you to be aware of, especially if you paid attention when you're reading the eligibility criteria for VTCs. You may notice that some of them are more likely to serve individuals with interpersonal violence charges. And that is something that is just a prevalence issue specifically with VTCs. So that it doesn't necessarily mean that all of them are doing so, but it is something that may be more common depending on the community. Because of the complex needs of our service member and veteran population, we find that treatment could be longer. They could be doing multiple types of treatment at one time. For example, treatment related to IPV, interpersonal violence, along with PTSD, substance use disorders, talking about brain injury. There's a whole lot going on there. So the need for comprehensive and complex services that are extended in length may be higher with this population. And additionally, with that consideration, some programs may end up asking for more grant funds to fill unique service gaps. Because of how the service member and veteran community accesses benefits, there can sometimes be gaps in how they're able to access services, whether that be through the VA or what they can get kind of in state. And oftentimes our grant program our treatment courts seek grant funds to fill gaps that aren't necessarily covered through VA resources or those that are offered through the state pathway. So this will all be really helpful, I think, for the budget piece of it. Today, it's more of kind of background information. One more slide, and then I'm ready to hand you back to Adeline. DUI treatment courts. So these, we only have two, and I'll talk more about those later today. But these generally end up having a longer program length, and that actually ties to probably statute specifically related to this population. We're usually talking about individuals who have multiple DUIs, and there's a lot of statute related to how those individuals kind of make their way through the justice system. So they end up in the programs for quite a long time. I want to say 24 to 36 months would not be totally unheard of with this population versus other programs probably are looking at like 18 months or less is the ideal. There also sometimes might be mandatory jail per statute for some of the participants. So I just want to flag that because if there was a concern about kind of deviating from best practices, that's something that actually lies within the Oregon revised statutes, not necessarily like program discretion decisions, although they do try to find creative ways to follow the statute while also following the model. And as you can imagine, DUIs are a huge area of concern public safety, and our DUI treatment court programs take that incredibly seriously. There is large risk in serving this population and also maintaining community buy-in. And so they really try to be as thoughtful as possible about how they can make sure to ensure community safety while keeping these individuals in the community rather than sending them to prison. So that's things like ignition interlock devices, sometimes continuous alcohol monitoring. You may see sometimes perhaps that electronic monitoring might be used at a higher rate. So there are just kind of these differences that really are specific to the target population and might actually align with best practices for that group of individuals. With our mental health courts, this is one that we've seen grow a lot over the last 5 years. And I think that's because we're seeing a great need in our state. A lot of individuals who are struggling with really, really complex mental health needs, which probably important to mention here, our mental health courts are serving individuals who oftentimes are intersecting with other parts of the justice system, for example, the aid and assist process. It's very complicated. There's a lot of moving pieces. The identification to entry into treatment court kind of process could look different for this group of individuals, given kind of the other legal pathways that they may be straddling at different points in time. And I think, as everybody knows, the population that is served in our mental health courts generally are very high acuity and they have extensive needs. We're talking about psychiatry alongside of course, mental health treatment. Oftentimes, this is heavy case management, daily living skills. There is a whole lot of stuff that goes towards supporting these individuals that might exceed what you would expect to see in some of our other treatment court types. And unfortunately, as I'm just describing how complex this population is, one of the things that we have struggled with as a state, and I think this is really true as a nation, is that mental health courts actually have kind of the least amount of guidance and national technical assistance available to them. So I think the good news is we're all in the same place, and we're not way off base with continuing to try to figure out how to best work with this population and implement the treatment court best practice standards. But really, really looking forward to continued or maybe increased support and guidance on how to support this population and effectively run mental health courts in Oregon. So hopefully more to come on that. By the next time we meet, I hope to have a great update with this piece. But for now, wanted you to be aware of the terrain. And then finally, our adult drug courts, kind of funny to say them last because usually they go first because they're the first things we think about when we think treatment courts. But they ended up last on my list because, as you can see here, there's not as much to consider. This is the model that most people are very familiar with. You're familiar with the population that's being served. The one thing that we wanted to flag for you all that you probably picked up on in the narratives, but also will likely end up seeing in some of the budget requests is once upon a time, we thought of adult drug court participants as individuals who had substance use disorders and perhaps their crimes were driven by substance use. We have long since moved out of that phase and recognized that these individuals, their crimes may or may not be related to substance use, but they do in fact have substance use disorders. What we also know, though, is that they're likely presenting with mental health needs as well. Most of the people that we're serving in these treatment court programs are presenting as dually diagnosed with co-occurring needs. And so I just wanted to flag that our drug courts are not simply serving individuals with substance use disorders. They are definitely having to address mental health needs along the way as well. So this time, I think I really mean it. That covers my content for now. Thank you for the extra time, Adeline, and I will be here if anybody has any questions.
Thanks so much, Rachel. We really appreciate that. GRC members, while she's here and on screen, does anyone have any questions for Rachel about what she just covered? Anything else you desperately want to know? Well, she will be here for the rest of the day, and you will hear from her a couple times as we get into the different types of treatment courts, just to go over some of the trends for the last biennium, etc. But want to give you all a chance to hear from an expert while she's in the room. All right. Well, if anything comes up, you all know what to do. In the meantime, I did want to kind of, before we get deep into going through the different courts, I wanted to just give you all a little briefing on how we grouped them and the analysis that we did. Because while it might seem like we just kind of show up and give them to you, I promise you a lot of work goes in ahead of time by myself and again, just shout out to the incredible team we have here at the CJC. We have spent a lot of time with these 59 applications. So what you're going to see is that the courts are going to be grouped by court type. That's not new. The other thing that isn't new is that we as CJC staff, we reviewed all the applicants ahead of time for eligibility. So all 59 that you're going to see today have met the eligibility requirements. And then we used scorecards and narrative scores. And the scorecard is going to serve as that quantitative measure of whether the courts were meeting particular standards. And they created the foundations of these three groups that I'm going to get into in a minute. Then we further organized those using the scorecard scores. We organized them by quartile. And then the narrative scores were also broken into quartiles and used for a supplementary indicator for each court's overall position. Now, I feel like I said a lot of big words right there. Shout out to our incredible researcher, Paige, who is here to back me up if we have any deeper questions, because I did not major in statistics or any sort of research situation. But we chose quartiles because quartiles act as benchmarks, and it allows for this comparison of the relative performance or kind of position of where each court is going to score within the whole group of courts. But it makes it so we capture and account for any outliers in the data without leading to any skewed benchmarks. So basically, if one court scored really high or really low, we want to make sure that their score is accurately represented, but we don't want it to falsely inflate or deflate the average score. So that's why the quartiles came into it. And then we're able to capture that top 25% of scores, the bottom 25% of scores, and then in that middle 50%, because 25, 25, and 50 equals 100, right? We've got them all. So we're going to present them to you today. And what you'll end up seeing is that the bottom 25% of scorecard scores are going to be presented to you with the most information. And then we're going to give you the least information that's going to be displayed about the courts who scored in the top 25%. And then you're going to receive kind of a standard middle amount of information about that middle 50%. So I want to be really, really clear about something. Every single court that you're going to see today has had the exact same analysis. We as staff have gone through them all many times. We are deep in it. But in the interest of time and the interest of your guys' valuable expertise and wanting to make sure that we give the guidance that's most needed, we're only presenting less information on the top 25% of courts. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, perfect. Now, there is like a couple minor caveats. So the majority of the courts had narrative scores that fell either within the same quartile as their scorecard score or one quartile above or below their scorecard results. So the vast majority of them, super close. However, there were a couple that were not that way. So if a court scored in the top 25% of scores on their scorecard, but in the bottom 25% of scores on their narrative, their application was moved into that middle bucket so that we could gain deeper insight into the gap in scores, and also to give you all, with your expertise, more chance to give them some more recommendations or more guidance, right? And on the flip side, if a court scored within the bottom 25% of scorecard scores and the top 25% of narrative scores, their application remained in the bottom bucket rather than moving to the middle, just because their scorecard indicates that they might need a little more feedback on operationalizing those standards. I feel like I may just said a lot of words that may or may not make sense. Hopefully this next slide will help kind of showcase the Goldilocks situation that we have going on here. So you've seen this all before. This just outlines how I'm going to present it all to you. So for that top 25%, right, you're going to get this abbreviated information presented. And it's going to include an overall score, which provides their scorecard score, the narrative score, and the percentage that they have spent of funds through Q7 if they were funded through CJC funds in the 23 to 25 biennium. So you'll see a couple that don't have that. That's because they weren't one of our grantees last time. They will also highlight the standards missed, staff recommendations from the CJC, and I'll also let you know any other information that is pertinent that might kind of guide any recommendations or feedback that you want to give them. Now that middle group is going to get all the same stuff, but they are also going to have a graph of participation over time. So this will give you kind of a visual look at what the court has been doing over the course of their existence. And then, or at least that we have data for, let me clarify. And then finally, that last group is going to get the most information, or you're going to get the most information about them. It's going to have all the stuff I just mentioned, plus some relevant data points. So these are going to include the court's completion rate. It's going to include their average participants, and then also the capacity. Now, there is a note about average participants. It is the average monthly participation for the last biennium. So if you're looking at it, you might look at it compared to the the time graph, participants over time graph, and you're going to be like, that doesn't look quite right. It's because they're measuring slightly different things. Any questions about all of that so far? Incredible. And I want to clarify that it is for the average participants, it's quarterly, not monthly. I misspoke. All right. The other thing that you're going to see on all of the slides is that, or for each court, is that the CJC staff, that's a tongue twister, have provided feedback with really consistent language, and that language is going to tie directly back to the standards. So that is what we would like you all as the GRC to keep in mind as we go through this, is if you have a recommendation for a court, that it ties back to those standards. Any questions? All right. Well, the good news is we get to hear from Rachel again, real quick, as we dive into the adult drug courts.
Thanks, Adeline. This part will be quick, I promise. So you're going to see that cover slide every time we talk about program trends, which we'll do as you move through each of the court types. And it is exactly the same for all of them. I'm pretty sure that our data team would be very upset with me if I didn't specify the data source and the date range. So we know exactly what we're looking at. So I want you to know that this data is all coming out of SCMS, our statewide specialty court case management system. And the date range is specifically from January 1st of 2020 through March 31st of this year. So it's a very long period of time, but of course the idea was to get a sense of trends. So we pulled as much as we possibly could because we started with SCMS in 2020. So kicking things off with your adult drug court programs, we have 23 adult drug courts operating in our state. Just a heads up, since we were last together, we have had 4 that closed. So that's really important to be aware of, because these participation trends that you're seeing here, naturally they're going to be less because we have 4 less programs that are in operation. So that is not necessarily reflective of the programs that are continuing to operate, but rather could potentially be a byproduct of some of the program closures. With that being said, we've had a very interesting several years when it comes to adult drug court operation, lots of law changes. I hesitate to mention COVID because I know that was something which impacted all of our program types, but between the several different law changes that have happened over the last decade related to substance use and possession of controlled substances, and then of course the COVID impacts, it's been a little bit of a rocky road for the adult drug courts, but what we're seeing is we are stabilizing. So that is, I think, really great news, and should be helpful as you're looking at kind of individual program trends where if things are really, really up and down or really down, that does look like that would be potentially a deviation from what you're seeing as far as a statewide trend goes. So that's all for me. Back to you, Adeline.
Thanks so much, Rachel. All right, folks, we're about to get into it. Do we have any questions, any thoughts before we see our first chunk of adult drug courts? Yeah, Jake.
I had some technical difficulties at the beginning. I forget who's all on our grant review committee. Could you just wrap off the names real quick?
I'm so sorry. Of course. Well, why don't you start and we'll have you all just briefly introduce yourselves.
I'm Melissa Thompson. I'm the Chief Behavioral Health Officer for Best Care Treatment. So we're the CMHPs in Crook and Jefferson County, and my first time being on this committee.
Thanks so much, Melissa. Welcome. Jake, do you want to go next since this was your idea?
Sure. I'm Jake Greer. I'm the Director of Lake County Community Justice down in Lakeview. I've been part of this grant review committee for 4 or 5 bienniums now.
Excellent. Judge, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Judge Rachel Kitsamakatis from Lynn County Circuit Court. I had the Family Treatment Court. This is my first time, so I'm excited to be a part of this and ready to learn.
Welcome. Thanks so much. Connie, go ahead.
I'm Connie Absher. I'm with Lincoln County Behavioral Health. I serve on our wellness court team, and I'm a drug court alumni.
Incredible. Joe, please.
Joe Garcia, Director of Douglas County Community Corrections. I've been on this committee since its first inception.
Incredible. Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Hewer. I'm the program manager for the Columbia County Treatment Court programs, and this is my second time being on the committee.
Thanks for being here. Annie.
Good morning. My name is Annie Borton. I'm with the Oregon Public Defense Commission, and I'm also a member of the Family Treatment Court Statewide Advisory Committee. And this is my first time on this. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you. And Kelsey, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Kelsey McDaniel. I'm the Union County District Attorney, and I serve on both of our treatment courts, our specialty courts in Union County, which is a drug treatment court and a behavioral health court. And I'm the vice president for the Oregon District Attorneys Association.
Incredible. Thank you so much. We are missing one GRC member. RJ Navarro hasn't joined us, but hopefully will later. And actually, I'm so glad that Jake, again, thank you for the introduction or the reminder of introductions, because it's a great time for me to chat with all of you real quick about the conflict situation. So as you all heard, there's a couple of people who are involved with specific treatment courts. So as we are going through the individual courts, if you have a conflict, if you can unmute, let me know. And then we unfortunately are going to make you go dark for a bit. So you will mute yourself. You will turn off your camera. We will discuss anything that we need to discuss and then move on to the next court. And then if you don't have a conflict with that one or aren't involved with the next one, you can please definitely come back and contribute to the discussion. But we can't have any conflicts with folks giving feedback on their own courts. All right. Well, thank you all. Thank you again for being here. I hope everyone had a chance to just kind of recognize and soak in how much knowledge we have on the GRC and just the amount of information and just experience on the GRC is really exciting in a wide range of areas. So welcome. Thanks all for being here. With that, let's get into it. So these are how our adult drug courts were grouped. And I will just give you all a chance to read through it, but fear not, because we're going to get to know each one real soon here. So again, we're going to start with those abbreviated analysis. And we'll start with Lincoln County Adult Drug Court. Now, you'll note, just to kind of give you a little map of what we're talking about, you'll note the standards that are not met are over on the left. You can see their scorecard score was a 97%. They received a 35 on their narrative. And at the end of Q7, they had spent 62% of their 23 to 25 funds. Now, in the interest of you not all being lulled to sleep by my voice, I'm going to let you all read through the CJC.
This is my court, so
I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn my camera off and my mic off.
Thanks, Connie. We'll see you in a second.
Okay.
Now, I have a colleague that famously says, embrace the awkward pause, which I'm trying really hard to do right now. But if you all can help me out and just give me like a nod, a thumbs up, a something when you've gotten through all those. Great. And any further feedback, incredible, thank you all. Any further feedback before we move to our next court?
Adeline, I missed the last slide. Are we starting with the green, The green
We
section first?
are, yeah. So this is going to be our shortest analysis. And then when we get to that kind of middle analysis area, I will let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Adeline?
Yes.
I'm not, since I'm new to this, correct me if I'm doing anything wrong. So in regards to this, when I'm looking at my notes and I'm thinking they haven't met the UA testing on Sundays, should that be something that is added?
Yeah, that absolutely. We will make a note of that as well. That is absolutely the kind of feedback that we are looking for. Anything else? All right.
I
Well,
do
Oh.
have another question. Do you want to hear
Yeah.
positives at all, or do we just focus on the recommendations?
I deeply love positivity, so I am here to hear great feedback as well. Please note that feedback that is given that we will, or recommendations that are given in their feedback letters will be tied to the standards. So we might not write out the feedback that you're saying right now, but on the flip side, I don't think it ever hurts for courts to hear they're doing a great job at certain things, because a lot of our courts are doing great work.
Well, I'll give them a shout out for collaborative team, the community partnerships and pro-social activities.
Absolutely. All right. Our next one, I don't know if we have any conflicts, is going to be Lynn County Adult Drug Court.
Yes, I should shut myself up.
All right. Feels so harsh. All right, welcome back, Connie. Now, our next one that again is still in that abbreviated feedback. This is the Lynn County Adult Drug Court. They have a scorecard score of 97%, a narrative score of 29, and they had also spent 62% of their funds by the end of Q7. And same situation, I'll let you all read through. If you can give me a nod, an eyebrow, a wave, a thumbs up, whatever you want. Joe, please.
Quick question. Maybe you can elaborate, because I think we're going to see this a few times in terms of the recommendation. So when it's referencing here, eliminate the use of incarceration for treatment purposes and or decrease average number of jail days used as a sanction.
Yeah.
Did you kind of cover that for the committee?
Yeah, so it's pretty broad. So the standard states that incarceration should not be used for treatment purposes, i.e. we ideally are not sending folks in need of treatment to jail to wait for, say, a treatment bed, for example. So that could be it. Several of them received this feedback because in their narrative, they didn't give us a true average of the number of jail days that were used. As if they were using jail as a sanction, they didn't give us an average. So oftentimes they would say, oh, it's from 3 to 7 days on average, which isn't quite an average. And also the standard states the 5 days is the max. And so we just wanted a little more detail in that. And if they are going over that, then we wanted them to potentially look at that feedback.
Part of the reason I ask is I'm familiar with the standard, and the standard is actually a little bit in conflict with like state sanctioning grid practices based on behaviors and risk levels. And so I just am curious how that gets applied, like when folks are requesting them, or if there's, maybe that's a larger conversation, I think maybe post application reviews or something, just for sanctioning practices within Oregon and how they align with the sanctioning grids. So.
I do think that is a larger, I want to make sure I'm answering your question. I do think that is a larger conversation, but want to make sure that you have everything you need from me now.
Oh, yes, I
Okay.
had a feeling it was going to come up, so I just thought it might be worthwhile for us to briefly cover it. Just so the group understood as we're seeing these on a few of them, what that meant, and what you guys were looking for. So I
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Thank you for the answer.
Yeah, of course. And you are correct. You will see it on several of them. And also, I just want to, this is actually a great thing too. We gave feedback if there was a discrepancy between the scorecard and the narrative on either one, we gave the feedback. Does that make sense? So we erred on the side of giving more feedback. All right. Anything else for Lynn County ADC? All right. Let's move on to Columbia. Oops. Which, welcome back, Judge. Sorry, Julie, kicking you out. And again, their scorecard score was 93%. They had a narrative score of 33, and they had spent 63% of their funds by the end of Q7. I did want to note specifically on Columbia that they they noted and were very upfront that weekend UAs are continuing to be an issue. This is something they got feedback on in the last biennium as well. But they really did a good job of explaining that they're working on finding a different provider. So they know it and they're working on it.
I have a question about something that I thought might be an inconsistency, and that was question 4. They put NA. I thought that was just for treatment courts. I mean, family treatment courts.
That is correct. They missed that question. I don't know if it was a misunderstanding or I don't know quite why. But yes, you are correct that they should have answered. And that was reflected in their narrative score.
I like that they had a peer support softball team, and they incorporated the 2023 suggestions for onboarding and training and other suggestions.
Absolutely.
I have a quick question. So when they're getting the narrative score, do they see just the number, or is it kind of, do they see more of how the numbers were arrived at? So like the example of missing question 4, is that kind of like a 0 or something, or is it just an overall number?
So if a court wanted to see how we broke down their narrative score, I'm happy to go through it with them. The plan is not to give them each the narrative score breakdown, but we did have a rubric on our side as well. I don't have a slide to show it to you, but if you want, I can walk you through what we did.
I mean, that might be a little helpful, because what I'm seeing here is like, these are the ones that are generally scoring very high. But if there are certain things that are not pointed out, I'm curious as to when we should point them out versus when they're going to already see some of this feedback in what they receive, or like how things are evaluated.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. So they will get a feedback letter. And so the feedback letter is going to show them essentially in a different format, everything that you see on your screen. So they'll be notified of what standards they didn't meet, the recommendations from CJC staff and from the GRC, as well as any just general feedback. So there'll be specific feedback to, hey, this is for this specific court, for Columbia County Adult Drug Court. And then they will have additional, if you all see fit, additional GRC feedback that just in general for treatment courts, think about this thing. And they'll receive that as well as their scorecard. So they won't receive any breakdown of their narrative score, again, unless they want to talk to me about it and we can meet and go through it. What we did was for each question, we scored it from 0 to 5. And we looked at, did they answer the question and everything we were asking in that question? And were they, was the question meeting all of the pieces that we were looking for? So I will say that there was one question in particular that we will rewrite because we asked information about like how long is a person spending on average, how long is the person spending in front of a judge, and how much time are they getting, is each participant getting? And we got kind of a range of answers, and we were really we wanted to ensure that they were getting that minimum time with the judge and also get an average. And we just got kind of a wide range of answers. So for instance, that'll be one that we clarify for next biennium going forward. But if they didn't answer the question at all, they got a 0. If it was a answer that they sort of threw something on there, but it wasn't quite as much information as we were looking at, or if something was kind of missing, they got a 1 or a 2. They got a 3 if it was a pretty middle of the road kind of standard minimum answer, and then a 4 or a 5 if they really went above and beyond in how they clarified it, really giving us all of that extra detail. And then there was also, there were direct instructions not to copy and paste across courts. We did have a couple folks do that. So if they copied and pasted, we obviously couldn't tell which one they wrote first, and they obviously wrote one of them. So just to make it easy and to try and give as much grace as possible, we did, if they copied and pasted less than 3 answers, they lost a point. If they copied and pasted more than 3 or 3 or more answers, then they lost 2 points. That's kind of the breakdown of the narrative. And again, I know that we'll have folks watching, applicants watching, if they're hearing this now or when they watch the recording. If you do want to go over and go through like how we got your individual narrative scores, I'm more than happy to do that.
I do have a question on this one before we move on.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sorry, Judge. Annie, did you have another question or any more detail about that before we change?
No, that was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Go ahead.
All right. On this one, I also noted that they had insufficient inpatient level of beds or level of care. And I wondered if standard 4 needed to be highlighted for sufficient duration and dosage of treatment if they're lacking those inpatient beds.
Yeah, I am going to look to my colleague. We do have that feedback regarding dosage but we can definitely add that. I'm going to ask a colleague to just review their scorecard real quick, because I want to make sure that it was just a miss on our part. Again, if we went standards missed by what was on the scorecard. And so if they were meeting on the scorecard but didn't clarify it in the narrative, we wouldn't have put the standard not met. Hold tight for just a second. We've got to dive deep into these scorecards.
Adeline, I'll look into it. If you want to move on, it might take me a second. So if you want to move on, I can look into it and then go back if that works.
Does that work for the GRC? Is that okay? Thank you. Thanks, Rachel. When I said I had people behind the scenes, I was not kidding. All right. The next one. Oh, sorry, Julie, please feel free to come back. I don't think we have any conflicts with Josephine County Adult Drug Court. Their scorecard score was a 93%. Their narrative was 35. And they've spent down 87% of their funds by the end of Q7. All right, I see a thumbs up. I see multiple. Perfect. Does anyone have feedback? All right, then we'll carry on. Our next one is Lane County Adult Drug Court. Their scorecard score was a 93. Their narrative was a 31. They'd spent 82% of their funding at the end of Q7. All right.
Do they have status hearings every 4 weeks? My notes indicate that, so I didn't know if they need to increase their hearings.
That is a great question. Let us do a little research.
Adeline, you'll never invite me back. I have so many questions.
No, we absolutely, this is the kind of stuff that we want to make sure that we are figuring out. While my team looks into that, can I, well, let's get any other feedback on Lane County or any other questions that we have about Lane County. And then I have some answers regarding Columbia County. Okay, so Judge Kitson-McCaddish, is it okay if we hold on that question and we'll find out how often they're meeting? Perfect. So for Columbia, we did look through, and there is a little bit of a discrepancy on this, or not a discrepancy, it's not the right way to say it. Basically, we didn't really have a dosage meeting or not meeting category on the scorecard. The scorecard was measured on whether they had individual treatment plans and if those were shared with the team. And so those, they met on both of those. Does that answer your question for Columbia?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then can we do the same thing with Lane, where we'll look into how often they are meeting and then we'll come back, we'll move forward and return? Does that
Yes,
work?
and I do want to say, I thought it was amazing that they had 2 types of peer support specialists, one that Medicaid paid for through treatment, and then the community support specialist that CJC funded.
Perfect. All right. So we are going to move, oh, hang on. And just to clarify, are you looking for how often staff are meeting, or you're looking for court hearings for Lane?
Sure. My notes say status hearings every 4 weeks. And I wondered if that meant that the participants start out. I didn't look at their policy handbook. I was just going off of the narrative or the participant handbook. So I'm probably incorrect. They probably appear more than that when they begin.
Okay. So those are, we'll look at staff meetings. Perfect. Okay. Well, they look that up. We are going to move on to our next court, which is Marion County. I don't think we have any conflicts with Marion. I do want to note that Marion will be the first court that has moved into that kind of middle bucket. So you're going to get a little more information, including these fancy participants over time graph. So their scorecard score was 97%, their narrative score was 26%, and they had spent 61% of their funds by the end of Q7. Now I'm going to go ahead and move to the recommendations. But if you need me for any of these courts to go back, please by all means let us know. Also, I just do want to note that Marion ADC did a great job using the 23-25 feedback, and they changed a couple of things, including they now allow participants that have prescriptions for opiates and amphetamines, and that was a direct change from the feedback that they received during the 23-25 biennium. All right, I'm seeing a couple thumbs up. Any feedback for Marion? All right, we're going to go ahead and move ahead. Jake, I am going to ask you to mute and go off camera because our next one is going to be Lake County. They received a 93% on their scorecard. Their narrative was a 19. And an 81 they have spent 81% of their funds by the end of Q7. Okay, I'm seeing a couple of thumbs, which I greatly appreciate. Any recommendations or feedback that you all want Lake to hear?
I thought more training.
Noted, we'll add that. Anything else? All right, we will carry on. This is Clatsop County Adult Drug Court. They scored a 90% on their scorecard. Their narrative score was a 36. And they had spent 81% by the end of Q7. Yeah, Joe.
Can you remind me, I don't have it in my notes, to evaluate eligibility criteria to align with research-based target population? With this application, what was that one?
We can, let me see. One of their groups that they said that they potentially would not let into their treatment court were those who were unwilling or unable to engage in treatment court. And so we highlighted the unwilling part, which was why that was why that feedback was given. Just trying to stick to the objective eligibility, and unwilling could read a little more subjective. Yeah, Jake, go ahead. Or sorry, Joe, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I remember reading that, and that's part of why I asked, because I was reading it maybe a little differently. I was reading it as if someone's unwilling, it's the option of coming in or not, and so it's their choice that they're choosing not to. So I just didn't know. I didn't know if that was factoring into that feedback or not, because a lot of programs through the years have worded that kind of differently, And so I did notice that. So that's why I was asking. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to kind of what we were trying to get at, is just trying to make that as consistent as possible and really aligned with standards as much as possible. Trying to keep things as objective as we can in a very subjective world. Jake, go ahead.
As far as serving low-risk individuals, I didn't see that as a common theme through the applications that I reviewed. Is that something statewide that we are still allowing to have happen, serving low-risk populations? I thought we were moving more towards moderate to high risk. And I just asked that question because that was one question I had, is if we're doing low risk, do we have two separate courts, one for low risk, one for moderate high risk? And I didn't see that.
So to speak to Clatsop in particular, and the reason we gave this feedback was in their narrative answer, it was really unclear if they were treating low risk or if they were saying lower risk, like medium versus high. Medium is lower than high. This came up with a couple of them. And so we were a little unclear if they were serving low risk or not. But to your point, yes, per statute, the recommendation or statute says medium to high risk. And that the standards do say if you are serving low risk individuals that they are not mixed. So we did see it in a couple. There were a couple courts that stated they are serving low risk. And so then if they didn't have a clear plan on how those folks were separate, then we did give more that feedback as well. Does that make sense? I feel like I stumbled a little.
It does, because I'm reviewing number 4 for Clatsop County right now, and then under the assessment and placement, it talks about moderate to high risk, but then moving down for the court appearances piece, lower risk participants. So I that's where I got confused is, so is that the low risk or are they just lower than high risk?
Yes,
because it doesn't specify. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other feedback or questions regarding Clatsop? And Jake, to speak to that question, you'll see this come up a couple times. That happened more than once, in that we were just unclear. Are you saying it's lower risk than high risk, or are you saying low risk? Any other feedback or questions about, yeah, Melissa?
So sorry to belabor this point, but if the statute is saying that it's medium to high risk, I guess like if I was reading this feedback, I would read that we could still serve low risk folks. And so I guess like, can they still serve low risk even though the statute's saying you can't? Or is it like, well, yeah, I don't know. I'm being black and white, but.
No, you're okay. I'm going to open it up to Rachel because I can feel her chomping at the bit to answer this question. Go ahead, Rachel.
Well, I don't want to step over the obviously CJC perspective, but I do just want to give a little background. Obviously, our team gives lots of support to the programs. Our emphasis is always starting with the research-based target population, that high risk, high need. From there, we kind of expand out, of course, to our state standards, include the moderate. So that is really where we focus our energy. The guidance that we would give the programs generally is make sure that's the primary population that you're serving first. Get that piece of your program in order. That's where we know we're most likely to have success with this intervention. It's also where we're most likely to save money with this intervention. So that is definitely the priority that we emphasize. We do not dissuade people from expanding to low risk individuals if they have the capacity and communities to do so, as long as they are separate tracks. All of these kind of programmatic structures that CJC is referencing are in place.
Did that answer your question, Melissa?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. All right. Any other questions or feedback for Clatsop? All right, if we don't have anything else, if I may, I'd like to return to Lane. We did go in, so I want to be clear. So according to their SCOP, Lane County Adult Drug Court is having staffing in court more than twice per week. But there isn't information about the participants' frequency specifically. So we aren't sure if each participant starts out coming once per week, twice per week, every other week, etc., or what the set frequency per phase is. Does that answer your question, Judge McCadish?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. All right. Shall we move on to Klamath? And I don't think we have any conflicts. So their narrative score was 90%, or excuse me, their scorecard score was 90%. They had a narrative score of 30, and they were 65% spent by the end of Q7. Now, I do want to note for Klamath that they did receive the feedback to stand up an advisory committee in 23 to 25 as well. So they're receiving that second time. Also, I think that I do want to note that they had a really high raise in completion rate. So they increased completion rate from the 23-25 biennium by 20%. So they went from 44% to 64%. Yeah, Melissa.
I can't remember, and I can't access the applications anymore. I don't know why. It's saying that they're locked. So, but did they address why they haven't been able to stand up the advisory committee in 2 years?
I'm going to have a colleague double check, but I'm going to have a colleague double check before I answer with an answer that's wrong. I think I know, but.
Okay.
Yeah, Jake.
And not to try and fill in the blanks for Klamath, but because we're so close and we work so closely together on various things, I do know Klamath has had a change of events in their district attorney's office as of late, and they've had they've had to regroup substantially over in Klamath. So there's that piece. I can't say that that's the sole reason, but I just wanted to throw that out there that they've had a turn in the prosecutor's office substantially.
Absolutely, and staffing as well. And Melissa, my colleague looked at it and saying that the link is still open to anyone with the link. So it's on our end, it's still open.
I don't know. I keep clicking on the link that was sent and it says this is now locked.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
My colleague Shelby, who is incredible, has reset it and she's going to resend you the link.
Perfect.
So hopefully
Thank
that
you.
works. But if it, of course, and if it keeps not coming up, by all means, let us know. We'll get you an application one way or the other. Judge Kristen McCadish, please.
One of the reoccurring issues I saw in a few drug courts was the lack of supervision for misdemeanors, which I was curious about. And how do you translate that into a recommendation and then funding?
That is a great question. While I get some feedback from my team, I do want to ask Rachel Mark if you have any guidance on this from the court's perspective.
Are you talking about the advisory committee piece?
The supervision. So probation will not supervise in some counties, their drug courts. They won't supervise the misdemeanors, just the felonies.
Yeah.
So how do you address that? Is that evaluate eligibility criteria, or what's the recommendation? And then how does that transfer to funding requests?
Excellent question. And I'm actually going to say I'm not exactly sure how that was captured within the feedback. I would think at a minimum that like there is some dosage piece to that because the probation contacts and interventions that would be the participants would receive would be coming from probation, not just treatment. So I think that would be probably captured there, but I'm going to kick that piece back to Adeline in case there's another one. I think the funding side of this is if the reason that they're not supervising misdemeanors in some communities is because they're not paid for it, right? And Joe can speak to this even better than I can. And so, oh, Jake's already got his hand up. Okay, so they may end up asking for potentially funds to offset that cost, so that probation will do that. But Jake, I don't want to step on your toes, sir. Go ahead.
Jake, before sorry.
So yes, for misdemeanor supervision, statutorily, we're expected to supervise menacing, domestic violence, assault 4, domestic violence, and sex abuse 3. With the new addition to House Bill 4002 clients and the deflection program, we take those as well. Not every county supervises anything outside of those cases. Some counties do, and some counties don't. And then there's no right or wrong. It comes down to funding issues, because we're funded just on those 3 misdemeanors I mentioned, the deflection program, and then all felonies.
And Judge, I kind of misunderstood your question the first time around. So thank you for clarifying. That is captured in our eligibility criteria. So we made a note that they needed more information on their target population, which I think is what you're speaking to as well. Did that answer your question about that?
I think so. Thank you.
Yeah. And then the feedback regarding the advisory committee was regarding, they do have an advisory committee. So the reason why we're giving them the feedback is that it meets as needed. They didn't state that it meets annually. And then they didn't have the advisory piece really in the narrative. And so we got some of it from the SCOP as well, but that's why that feedback is there. Right. We're asking all the good questions. All right. Next up, I don't think we have any conflicts with this, but the next step is going to be Multnomah. So we're going to have start court to start, and then we'll be followed by step court. So for start, Multnomah start, their scorecard score was 90%. They got a 28 on their narrative, and at the end of Q7, they had spent 58% of their funds. And I do want to note that they, in their application, noted that entering UAs into SCMS has a continued challenge because they received feedback on that during 23 to 25 as well. Similar, they got the same jail feedback in 23 to 25 as well. And I'm seeing a couple thumbs. Any questions? All right, then we'll continue on. Next up is Multnomah Step. Their scorecard score was 90%. They had a narrative score of 25, and they've spent 48% by the end of Q7. And then again, I do want to note that they're receiving the feedback regarding jail again, they also received that in 23-25. Yeah, Melissa.
Did they indicate, I mean, 48% of that's less than half of what they've spent. So I guess I'm just curious if there's a reason that they gave as to why, or.
So to be perfectly fair to everyone, we haven't asked any questions regarding funding yet. I will note that courts were given the opportunity, if they were not going to or didn't think that they were going to use their final disbursement, they were given the opportunity to deny it. Some courts chose to do that, some did not. They could either decline the entire final disbursement or decline partial final disbursement as long as it was over $15,000. Multnomah Step chose not to do that. But beyond that, I don't know anything. We didn't ask any questions regarding funding. Yeah, Joe.
Can you speak a little bit to the frequency of hearings and the increased attendance for the group?
Please hold while I go through my notes here. So that was in regards to staffing. Let me double check. Please hold. No one gets seasick. I'm going to go back for a second. Yeah. So that one standard 1-4, if they weren't meeting it on the scorecard, saying that staff were going to the pre-court staffings, that is why they got that feedback. So it's just not enough folks attending those meetings.
I did notice on this one that they stated providing weekend and Sundays only and holiday drug testing remains a challenge, mitigated by kind of weekly. So mitigated by confirmation testing and testing throughout the rest of the week. I know on other courts, they got feedback if they had some limitations. So I wasn't sure if that should be included or not.
Yeah, absolutely. We can add that. Any more? All right. I don't think we have any conflicts with Wallowa, who is next. Their scorecard score was a 90%. They had a 23 as their narrative score, and they have spent 78% of their funds.
You do have your first and your third bullet point are almost identical, except one says to align and one says to better align.
Well, that's embarrassing. We will fix it. It should be to better align. Sorry. We'll only send them that feedback once for the record. That was not a statement of needing more of that feedback.
You guys do everything so well. It's nice to see the occasional error there to, remind us that you're all human here.
You are so kind. We are very human. Any other feedback or questions regarding Wallowa?
Did they complete their policy and procedure handbook, or were they still working on it?
I believe, don't quote me on this, that they are still working on it. In fact, I'm confident of that. We gave them a little extra leeway. This was true for all the courts. We requested if they could to please get it in. But if they, for some reason, didn't, they needed, say, extra time for lipstick approval or were working on it, then we gave them until that July 1st deadline. So if they do not have it by July 1st, we will not be able to continue with their application, but up until then, they get a little extra time. All right. Anything else? Unfortunately, on my screen, I can't see who's next. So, a fun surprise for everyone. Let's go.
Hi there. This is Sandy Garcia. I need to
Hey, Sandy.
excuse myself. Hi.
Hi, I'm so sorry. You actually, good news, you don't have to excuse yourself. You can watch, but this is only available for the GRC to comment.
Oh, okay.
So good to see you. Happy you're here.
Hi.
All right. So for Wasco and Hood, their scorecard score was 90%. Their narrative score was 26. And they are new to the CJC grant process, so we do not have any spending information for them. Now, to be clear, I don't want to confuse anyone. They are an established adult drug court, just haven't received funding from us previously.
Do they have an advisory committee?
Let's double check. We'll double check on that. We didn't, sorry again, no one gets seasick. We got to go back. They didn't miss the standard and we didn't give them the feedback. So my intuition, I suppose, tells me that they do, but I'll have the folks behind the scenes double check if that works. Oh, they're so quick. Yes, and they meet annually.
I'm curious about the second to last one, the broaden incentive options. In their narrative, they mentioned having a 10-to-1 incentive to sanction ratio. So is that saying it should be more closely aligned with 4-to-1?
Correct.
Okay.
And or to be clear, they we did make some suggestions, and this is hard because, to be fair to the grantees, we did have word limits on all these questions. So we're asking for a lot of information in a pretty short space. So if we also we did give some courts the suggestion to have more options for their incentives as well. So it was either or both. Yeah, Julie.
I saw on the previous slide comment about the UA's frequency, and I just wondered if that is going to be like a separate recommendation as well.
Yeah.
Like, is that going to fall under the recommendation side as well? More.
It absolutely should. We can add that to it. Thank you.
I want to comment on what Annie said. So is it bad to have more incentives than the 4-to-1 or?
No, I'm gonna ask Rachel Mark to chime in here.
Hi, excellent question. And I think that Adeline, you really kind of touched on it when you were explaining the It's either broaden the amount of kind of types of incentives that are used or address the ratio. And I think in this scenario, it was the former. The research says very clearly anywhere between 4-to-1 and 10-to-1 is where you're going to have the biggest bang for your buck on influencing behavior change. So I don't think that we're dissuading from 10-to-1. Definitely would caution away from going beyond that piece. But I think it was more about the incentive type and range than it was about the ratio in this scenario.
I'm sorry if that was confusing. You wanted human, Annie. Here we are.
No, thank you. And thank you for clarifying that, Judge. Because I was thinking, I was like, I just heard though that their best practices are encouraging more and more of these sanctions, or the increasing the ratio, it feels like. So that helps clarify. Thanks.
Perfect. Any other clarification needed? All right, then next up we have Crook County. They had a scorecard score of 86%, a narrative of 32, and they have spent 61% of their funds by the end of Q7.
Adeline, I have to bow out of this one.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Melissa.
That's
yes.
okay.
I do want to note for Crook County that they received feedback in 23 to 25 regarding increasing in staff training. And while that training component is still not being met, they did increase it. So they definitely increased their training and got much closer to the average. So still working on it, but on the right track.
I have a question regarding funding and prior recommendations. Do you look at, like, did they request money to meet a standard and then still have not met a standard? Do you look at those sorts of things?
What we first and foremost consider is, are the funding requests that they are making, are they tying to that standard? So I'm not trying to hedge your question at all, but we haven't quite, we're going to need to look at everything. We're going to need to look at the requests that we get. As you all know, we have more courts requesting funding, and we don't yet know our final amount, but we don't expect it to increase a lot. So I think we're going to look at that. But what we are definitely, I can confidently say we are going to look at is, did they have they taken into account the feedback that we gave them? So if this is round 2 of feedback and it's still nothing is happening, then we are going to consider that differently than this is round 2 of feedback, but you've been working on it and it's clearly a change. Because as we all know, these things absolutely take time. And just, circle back to some of the things that have been mentioned about changes in staffing, changes in, DAs, all of these different things can change how quickly some of this stuff happens. Does that answer your question? Perfect. All right, Jay, go ahead.
Under the increased frequency of hearings piece, that's going to be a common theme for counties east of the Cascades, Eastern Oregon counties. I'm not going to talk about Lake County per se, but most counties, well, Crook, I know they share with Crook and Jefferson, and trying to get that docket time is really tough. Some counties that have one judge, they're lucky to have court twice a month, that dedicated time. So the increase, although Eastern region counties, they understand, hey, we'd love to have court every week. That's going to be a hard sell because that's out of our control. And it's definitely out of the court's control because they have timelines and guidelines. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is going to probably be that recommendation's more than likely going to be a common theme amongst Eastern Oregon counties.
Rachel, I saw you turn your screen on. Did you want to add something?
I was just here in case you needed me. I think want to acknowledge on behalf of OJD that docket time is very scarce, depending on the community, and appreciate Jake's comment. And I just want to add, I think that recognizing that challenge, some of the conversations that have been had are about really how the team can communicate about participant behaviors. There definitely is some level of a threshold of expectation about the frequency of review hearings, and I don't think that this is about going to weekly. This is about making sure that there is a means to respond to participant behaviors in between those review hearings, especially with the understanding that some communities are able to do perhaps twice a month rather than every other week, for example.
Perfect.
This is kind of random, but I will say that I like the idea of graduation projects. The examples they gave were very, very cool, but also very extreme. And so I was reading that, and it to me that almost seemed like just a comment on that. Like, very cool, but it makes me worried too that some of those folks are looking at those and being like, oh boy, how do I emulate that? But impressive to have the food banks and various things too.
I think to that point, Annie, I think that this is a really, really nice illustration of the beauty of individual courts, sometimes thinking outside the box and utilizing their communities, working together to really do some like truly outstanding things. And I loved that they showcased it. I do want to note that unfortunately, some of the things that we will not be able to fund going forward are anything regarding alumni, anything kind of outside of the scope of participants actively in treatment or training to, help staff do those things. So it's a little bit of a yes and I think that this, to your point, truly an incredible program. I was really hyped about it. But that being said, it is not by any means just an expectation, I think, just to echo that. But truly, again, just a really, really nice illustration of some like community getting involved and really the amazing things that we can do with that when these communities really invest in treatment courts, right? Like working together, it's really cool.
The other thing I was wondering reading some of these is I know some courts pair up a little bit or like they share a resource of a judge. And so I'm curious if any of those are integrated or are they only integrated if they applied together, like was it Wasco? And I remember are those the ones that say, okay, we share the same judge and same things? Okay.
Well, it's sometimes they will, if they have, yes, and again, so if they have applied together with a multiple county application, right? So, Grant Harney is one of them, the Wasco counties, etc. Then they are splitting it. Some counties will do separate applications and they will still share a judge, but they are only asking for funding for the FTE or for the time for those folks that are actively serving that court. Does that make sense? I feel like I kind of bungled it.
Yes, no, it makes sense. Because what I was wondering is I know I've heard of some courts where they'll have, not necessarily drug courts, but they'll have two counties and people will appear remotely one week because the judge is in a different county. So
absolutely
thinking of that. The other, I've also heard a lot about the resources east. I think that goes across the board for everything. And I would be curious as like a bigger, not related to these applications, but I would imagine that a lot of places across the country face this type of issue, especially in rural communities. And we're constantly struggling on how we allow rural communities to access kind of great resources and the same supports. And I wonder if there are kind of some best practices for specific to rural communities and overcoming barriers in some of those communities that might be helpful in guiding these courts when they know they have limited resources.
Absolutely. And I think that kind of circles back a little bit to what Rachel presented this morning. Those are kind of those the increase in local trainings is a really beautiful opportunity to take what Oscar and other folks at OJD are learning from other communities across the country back to Oregon, and then figuring out together how Oregon courts can make it work for here. And so it really, any sort of training opportunity like that, especially local, but even the larger ones like RISE, really give a really nice opportunity for folks to kind of hear what other groups are doing, because it definitely, we across the country, right? Whether they're rural or frontier, facing some just different challenges that are really tied to geography. Kind of reeling it back in. Any other feedback for Crook? All right. Joe, I think we're gonna kick you out for this next one. That's gonna be Douglas. So Douglas Adult Drug Court had a scorecard score of 86%, their narrative score of 30, and they have spent 81% of their funds by the end of Q7. And again, they are another court that received feedback around putting UAs and SCMS in 23 and 25, which they did note in their application that they are still struggling with. They also received feedback around convening their policy committee more frequently in 23, 25.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask the second to last one about the statewide treatment court data system. Is that SCMS?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I had a question on the jail, because I was really interested. They indicated they have 120-day intensive residential treatment located in the jail. That didn't count against them, did it? Because it was located in the jail.
No, it didn't. We did go back and just double check around that eligibility, just because their RSET program is a little bit unique, but no, it didn't. All right, any other recommendations? All right, then we will go ahead and move forward to Jefferson. Joe, you're welcome to come back.
And
Jefferson's.
I'll
Go ahead.
bow out of this one too, Adeline.
Oh, okay. Jefferson had a scorecard score of 86%. Their narrative score was 27, and they had spent 60% of their funds by the end of Q7. I do want to note for Jefferson that they have increased their data entry into SCMS, which was feedback they received in 23 to 25. It was still not meeting the standard, but definitely on the upward track.
They indicated that they had a problem with losing people in the beginning. Would that go to duration and dosage of treatment?
Yes. I want to double check that through my notes here. It would also, yes, it would also fall under that eligibility criteria piece. All right. Seeing a couple thumbs. Are we ready to move on? All right, our next one is going to be Washington County. This is their adult drug court. They had a scorecard score of 83%. Their narrative score was 34, and they had spent 66% of their funds at the end of Q7. One thing that I thought was noteworthy that I'd like to bring forward is they really got creative with a lack of weekend and holiday UA testing. They received that feedback in 23-25 and are responding by integrating sweat patches as kind of a creative solution.
They'll have to report back and share how that works.
I think so. All right, seeing a couple thumbs. Shall we move forward? Let's call for feedback. All right, again, I can't see who's next. Oh, now I can. It's Jackson. So Jackson County Adult Drug Court is next. And they are starting out where you're going to get a little more information. So we've now finished off that kind of middle bucket. So we're going to present a little more to you. So you'll know just to kind of map it out for you. We'll still have the standards that they missed. Excuse me, you can see their scorecard score was 79%, a narrative of 38, and they have spent 78% by the end of Q7. Also, just some additional data points for you. Below that, their completion rate was 68%. They have an average of 38 participants and a capacity of 45. And then again, you can see that participants over time graph, as well as the staff recommendations. Right.
I thought this one was unique in that they could enter drug court even if the state does not agree and they enter a plea to make a pitch to the judge to be accepted in. That was different.
It definitely was. Melissa, I saw you had a question, but then it disappeared.
Well, I thought that they said they could benefit from an advisory committee. So I didn't know if that meant they didn't have one, but need one, but I don't see it as a recommendation, so.
We will double check.
Okay.
I had that as well, that they
Okay.
needed one.
We will
I did
add it
also.
on there. Then my guess is you're finding us with another human moment.
I also noticed they didn't seem to have any peer mentors or peer related stuff, which I feel like most courts do.
If the GRC does want to give an increase in peer mentorship, we do need to tie it back to a standard.
I couldn't tell from the narrative if they understood proximal and distal goals regarding incentives and sanctions.
I believe that we also gave some feedback. I believe that's tied into one of these as well. Also, to answer your question regarding the advisory committee, we should have it on there because they are in the process of creating the advisory committee. They do have a policy committee that meets quarterly. Melissa, yes.
Okay, and then the only other thing was I think their application says the judge spends an average of 5.82 to 7.52 minutes. And so I thought I saw the previous recommendations like say it's 3 minutes or less.
3 minutes is the minimum.
Oh,
So
minimum. Okay.
Yeah.
Minimum.
So
Okay. Sorry.
that one's
I
there.
misunderstood that.
No, that's okay. A lot of feedback. Joe, go ahead.
It's more of a general comment. I think for us, again, post grants to, I'm hoping, I don't have the House bill in front of me, but that's going to consolidate the grant programs with CJC. My hope is that we can also have a conversation post that bill passing in whatever form it does, plus post grant cycle, that we can consolidate all of these committees that we all have to be on for each of the different grants to sign off on this, or say we're meeting quarterly to do this, because especially in smaller counties, it's, sometimes it doesn't all align. And so we're trying to meet quarterly for like 4 or 5 different things just related to CJC to sign off on and review or participate in, plus another 10 or 12 for something else that's going on. And so just for and again, this isn't tied to standards or anything, but I hope that we can incorporate that into meeting the standard for everyone moving forward, or at least discuss what that might look like to streamline that process for communities at the local level.
Thank you. I think that is great to have on the record. I definitely I am not qualified to speak on the upcoming mega grant situation. But I do know that it's already a struggle, as you said, for some, especially our more rural or frontier counties. And that's just with the advisory and the policy committee. So I hope that they do take that into account. I cannot speak to whether they are going to or not, but I love that it's on the record here. And I'm sure that you will be involved in some of those conversations. Please, Rachel.
Not at all commenting on the legislation, but I do really appreciate the tie of like this potential change. Just wanted to give some background. Our team totally understands that this is already not possible in some communities because the same people are asked to show up to 10,000 different meetings all the time. So we do try to offer some creative ideas about how to kind of leverage existing spaces, really just to make sure that treatment courts have a space in those, but not that we necessarily need to create our own. So I think that kind of current guidance will marry up really nicely with how to integrate with potential changes coming through 3069, Joe.
Anything else? All right. All questions answered, feedback given? All right. Perfect, thank you. This next one, Kelsey, I think we're going to kick you off, I believe, because this is Union County. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right. They had a scorecard score of 79%, a narrative score of 30, and they have spent 37% of their funds at the end of Q7. They had a completion rate of 46%, an average participation of 25, and a capacity of 40. Jake, go ahead.
Understanding the budget piece, have there been ongoing conversations, like after year one, 23, 24, were there conversations with Union County about the budget and the amount of spending? Or just to see how they can get back on track, because they spent a third of their allocation, and the biennium's 3 months from being over. So, but although I know we have until the end of the year, so there's quarter 9 and 10 as well. But is there a plan? I mean, have there been conversations with Union County about that?
There have been some. So Union County was one that chose not to take their final disbursement. So they didn't take that final chunk of funding. We also, I can't speak to what happened in 21 to 23, but I know as, 23 to 25, and now as we try and kind of clarify this process and give feedback to kind of adjust funding, those conversations are coming. I know they've had some changes in staffing, and that had kind of been missing for a big chunk of time. So I think that the personnel funds were lower than expected as well. So yes, question mark. There have been conversations, but definitely add with all the courts, hoping that they will take this feedback and this guidance and kind of adjust their funding requests appropriately.
And by no means am I bashing on Union County. I just want to make sure that they were aware of this level of spending, so they're not caught off guard.
No, they are very, yes, there have been lots of, in that sense, yes, there have been conversations and they are very aware.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you. I don't know, I can't see who gives thumbs, but I do see many thumbs and I appreciate it deeply. All right, Kelsey, please join us, come back. Malheur County is going to be next. So they had a scorecard score of 79%, a narrative score of 27, and they have spent 49% of their funding through Q7. You can see their completion rate was 53%. They had an average participation of 13 and a capacity of 40. I do want to note for them specifically that they did use the 23-25 feedback and have contracted for random weekend UAs and changed their disqualifiers to meet best practices. So definitely a lot of changes based on the feedback that you all gave them previously. And while they still didn't meet for putting UAs in SDMS, there was an increase in that as well.
I like that they included assistance with domestic violence and anger management, though that may not be a best practice, but I liked it.
Anything else? Any questions? Clarification needed, or shall we carry on? All right. Next up is going to be Umatilla and Morrow. They had a scorecard of 79%, or scorecard score, excuse me, a narrative score of 26, and they have spent 63% of their funds by the end of Q7, a completion rate of 44%, average participation of 31, and a capacity of 36. I do want to note for them specifically that they have increased their completion rate pretty extensively. They went from 19% in 23-25 to 44%. They also, it should be noted, were given feedback regarding risk screening tools in 23-25, and they are making their way on that. They are waiting on administrative approval for the grant. All right, I saw a thumb, got 2 thumbs. We'll keep on keeping on. Next up, I don't think we have any conflicts. This is Clackamas Adult Drug Court. They had a scorecard score of 79%, a narrative of 25. They had spent 47% of their total budget at the end of Q7. They have a completion rate of 37%. An average participation is 43, with a capacity of 50. Joe.
So when I was going through their eligibility criteria, it was referencing they accept misdemeanors in the program, but then it was saying they only serve high risk folks. So are they taking misdemeanor people, assessing them, and then determining the risk level is high and putting them in the program?
Let me do a little more digging. By me, I really mean my team. My understanding is that is not the case, but I just want to clarify. Can we come back to that one?
Yeah, it was a little confusing to me. Most programs don't do that. I mean, you may see it like in a mental health court, for example. You'll see more misdemeanors because of, it's more primary mental health related. And so communities take those folks because misdemeanors are a lot of times some of our frequent flyers and people who are acting out that way, but not necessarily a higher level criminally. And so those programs address it and address that population differently than like an adult drug court program. So it just kind of, I don't think I'd seen it quite that way where they were calling out that they serve misdemeanors and then a narrative saying they were only serving high risk people. So
it definitely was unique, and we did talk about it. There was I do remember this one being a conversation, and we did deem they definitely are eligible, but we are going to get the feedback to review just or they're going to get the feedback to sorry, you can tell it's getting like a little bit into this meeting. They're getting the feedback to review eligibility criteria, and we can clarify that as we give it to them, kind of what you just said. Thanks for going on that journey with me. Yes, Judge Kitson McCadish.
Do they need to stand up an advisory committee and forge more community partners?
Let's review. Hold tight on that one. We'll review the scorecard. If they do need that, we can definitely give them that feedback if that's what you would like. While we dig into their advisory committee, was there anything else? Or we can move on to Yamhill while we review that. Okay, let's do it. All right, so Yamhill was next. Their adult drug court scored a 76% on their scorecard, had a narrative score of 24, and they've spent 82% of their funds through Q7. They have a 57% completion rate, average participation of 24, and no set capacity, which was a little bit unique.
And as I mentioned, Eastern Oregon counties being small and struggling for space and time from the judge. I forget Yamhill County is a small island within the big sea right there. Covered by Marion, Multnomah, Clackamas, Washington, everything right there. And I know Yamhill to be a more rural community than a metropolitan type community. So I get their increase of hearings and staffings because as small as they are. So I just want to take a step back and say, I just wasn't advocating for all rural counties east of the Cascades. We have Yamhill County right there in the thick of things.
Absolutely. Also, if I may, while you finish reading through Yamhill, we did review, and Clackamas does need that feedback on their advisory committee, so we will add that to it.
I want to say on Yamhill, I had a whole bunch of strengths listed for them. Yeah, use of appropriate assessment tools, has good level of treatment options, peer support mentors, supportive employment, supportive education programs, transitional treatment and housing. I just had a lot on there for them.
Absolutely.
And I like their alumni group that they got started and that's active.
I think, again, just really showcasing that community buy-in piece that's really impressive. Again, I don't want to be a downer. I just do want to acknowledge that we won't be able, this coming biennium, to fund anything related to alumni. I feel like I bring this up every meeting we have, just because we've all seen the incredible things that alumni groups do, and they're really just great for courts, and we just unfortunately have very limited funding. So with that, yay alumni groups, and what Yamhill's doing is incredible. I just don't want folks watching this to be like, oh, this is a great time to request funds for it, because we don't have it.
Oh no, I get that. I get that. I just wanted to point out that having that is huge.
Yeah, it's a really cool program. It's really awesome. Anything else for Yamhill? All right, folks, this is a big deal. We have made it through our adult drug courts. This is very exciting. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you all, the GRC. So we do have a very hard stop at 11:55. So would you all like 5 minutes, 10 minutes now to stretch, breathe, take a quick break and come back into it? Or do you want to keep powering through? I feel like a 5-minute break. I'm seeing some nods. Maybe we should do that. Okay, let's take 5. We'll come back at 11:16, not a minute before, and we'll see you all shortly. All right, I think we're going to give it just a minute or two more as people return.
I am back, but I'm going to have a little bit of a snack, so I'll have my camera off for a couple minutes here.
Please do. Absolutely. We are a pro snack, pro hydration, pro comfy clothes organization. I do want to make sure, Annie, I know you're here. Judge Kitson, McCaddish, and Joe, if you can, oh, you're there. Perfect. You can keep the camera off. Just want to make sure you're there and we're getting your input. Jake, perfect. All right, are we all back? I think we're all back. All right. In that case, I'm going to hand it over to Rachel to introduce some information around mental health courts.
Thank you. Hello again, everybody. Same preface as last time, same data source, SCMS, same date range, January 1st, 2020 through March 31st of 2025. And let's look at those trends.
Excellent.
So this is an interesting one. Last time we were here, we had been kind of on the other side of just having a bunch of new mental health courts open. So I do want to highlight that I only noted we've had one new program open since 2023, i.e. since you were all last gathered. But I do want to kind of remind you all that a lot of our mental health courts have popped up just since 2020 and moving forward. So there has definitely been some kind of increases over time. But as you see here, the trends generally are quite stable. And I think that's because they've been open for a period of time now. And reminder, we have 21 mental health courts across our state. That is all I have on this one.
Thank you. Any questions for Rachel about the mental health courts? All right. So let's get into it. I do want to just take a double peek real quick. There we go. So this will be the layout. Again, friendly reminder, we're going to present the same information so that kind of first group, second group, and then a little bit more on that third group. And we're going to go ahead and start with Josephine. I don't think we have any conflicts, but remind me if we do. But Josephine's scorecard score came to 93%. They had a narrative score of 32, and they have spent 84% of their budget by the end of Q7. I also do want to note that they received training feedback in 23 and 25 as well. Standard is still unmet, but again, kind of that upward trend. Yeah, Judge.
So I was just curious, were they indicating that only their coordinator enters information into SCMS? And is that okay with the standard, or do they need to have all the partners?
For entering information into SCMS, it can be, and I'm going to ask Rachel Mark to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that anyone can be entering it in as long as it's getting into the system. And I think that part of the reason that we gave them that feedback was we were also a little bit unclear about who and how it was getting there. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Please, I have to stress, definitely, if I am not answering your question, let me know. Any more clarification needed around Josephine? Questions, recommendations? All right. Our next one, I don't think we have any conflict either. It's going to be Lane County Mental Health. Their scorecard score was 93%. They had a narrative score of 30, and they have spent 84% of their funds by Q7. Lots of very close scores, spending, etc. at the top of this one. Similarly, they also received feedback regarding training in 23 and 25. Again, still not quite met, but on the upward trend. All right, see a couple thumbs. Perfect, we're booking. All right, oops. Sorry, I saw Julie pop off. Sorry, I didn't give you more warning, Julie. This is Columbia County, their mental health and veterans treatment court. They had a scorecard score of 93%, a narrative score of 29, and have spent 61% of their funds at the end of Q7. All right, saw a couple thumbs. We're gonna keep on keeping on then. All right, so now we're gonna move into CLATSUP. Please come back, Julie. And I do want to just note again, as you all know, so we've moved into that kind of middle bucket. So now you're going to get this participants over time as well. So for Clatsop County Mental Health, their scorecard was 90%, their scorecard score, narrative score of 33, and they had spent about 80% of their funds at the end of Q7. And I just made a note on this one that they really had a pretty outstanding list of improvements overall. So really like taking feedback and improving a lot.
Can I ask a best practice question?
Always.
So on this one, I noticed that I think there was fees for the UA that was charged. I'm not sure, but I got confused on the best practice standard of fines and fees. Is it a best practice standard for it to cost money to be in a specialty court? I know that that's not what they're doing. But I do believe there was something to do with payment based on the cost of the test. So I wasn't sure what the best practice is.
Melissa, did you have something to add to that or another question?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it might have been Josephine County. I think the hard part, and I assume this is the same for all of them, is that because mental health court is requiring UAs for people that may not have a substance use diagnosis, then Medicaid is not going to cover for those tests. And so that's kind of how I understood some of the predicament that they find themselves in.
Thank you. And I'm going to open the floor to Rachel as well as our kind of best practice expert for the day.
Thank you. And thank you for the initial question, Judge Melissa. Definitely totally concur on just like what's billable versus not, depending on the diagnoses of the individual. So absolutely yes to what Melissa said there. And then just kind of adding on this fee piece, back in the day, they used to say, like, it's great for programs, participants to have skin in the game by paying some money into the program. And oftentimes that went to paying for some of their services beyond perhaps a copay, when they're going to see their treatment provider. It could be paying for UAs, supervision fees, et cetera. That guidance has changed dramatically. Obviously, there's also been law changes that have occurred in that time. So as far as fees go, we do understand that some programs continue to charge those for a number of reasons, and we generally kind of dissuade from having to pay for services that can create service disparities for individuals, which we know can create equity issues. So really, if programs are using fees or requiring payment of fees for graduation, really the guidance that is offered is make sure there's a pathway to waive those fees, payment plans, et cetera, so that individuals are not penalized in their kind of system process experience based on their socioeconomic status. So I hope that kind of gets to both of the pieces that were asked here. And if not, ask more, and I'm happy to jump back in.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other clarification needed on ClassUp? Recommendations you'd like to give? All right, then for this next one, I'm so sorry, Connie, but we're kicking you out. We're back to Lincoln. So Lincoln County Mental Health Court, their scorecard score was 90%, the narrative score of 36, and they had spent 67% of their budget as of the end of Q7. All right, seeing a couple thumbs. Yeah, Joe.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
And again, we're probably not going to solve this now, but if the bill goes through with the treatment court advisory committee, I hope this is something that maybe we can dive into a little bit more later, but I think we'll see it, and we see it more in the mental health court programs, is this idea of separating risk. And what does that actually look like? And which risk should we be separating? I mean, that initial work that was done on risk, needs, responsivity was primarily criminally based versus severity of diagnoses. And so, so I just wonder that hopefully moving forward, we're able to have some of the conversations in that format where we can look at least for the state of Oregon, delineating those two things out a little bit more, because some of our lowest risk people have some of our highest needs for this type of program. And so the risk level might not look the same because they're misdemeanor violations if you accept them. So anyway, more of a comment just for perspective when we're reviewing mental health courts. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think and my understanding is that some of those conversations are already happening a little bit, and we're kind of moving that way. So I appreciate you bringing it up now as well. All right. Any other questions, thoughts, clarification, or recommendations for Lincoln? Also, I should have said this earlier when we reviewed their adult drug court, but I do want to just make a note that their answers to number 10 regarding cultural responsiveness, cultural equity, all those things that kind of wrapped up into question number 10 were outstanding for all of the Lincoln courts. All right, so with that, sorry, Joe, we're kicking you out because we're back to Douglas. So Douglas Mental Health Court, They had a scorecard score of 90%, narrative score of 27, and they had spent 68% of their funds at the end of Q7. And see their participants over time graph. And again, I want to stress, if as I move over to these recommendation slides for your review, if you ever need me to pop back, I am more than happy to. And just want to note, like their adult drug court, they did receive feedback on increasing the number of UAs in SCMS in 23-25 as well. As well as the recommendation around their policy committee.
I have a note that I was confused regarding a statement of sharing of treatment information to the team, and that they had to go through a probation officer as if they didn't know how to share it to the team. I was just wondering if they had their ROIs in place and.
We definitely can give them the feedback regarding the staffing feedback, just making sure that those things are being taken into account. All right. I see a couple thumbs. Anything else? All right. Then come on back, Joe. Let's have a chat about Tillamook. So the Tillamook County Mental Health Court, their scorecard score was 86%. They had a narrative score of 30. And they had spent about half of their budget by the end of Q7. Now, I do want to note, as you look through these recommendations, there was a discrepancy between the scorecard and the narrative describing if incarceration is used for treatment. So we did put that recommendation on there. The narrative kind of described it as happening, and the scorecard said no.
Just a quick observation.
Sure.
I see the specialty court management system. I'm assuming that's the treatment court data system we're referring to.
Yeah.
I'm just going to speak for Lake County. I know we struggle in that arena because we have a turnover of professionals as far as therapists, district attorneys. Out of this, hopefully we can see some kind of statewide training protocol or training set up. I know we had one when this first kicked off, but I don't believe there's been anything really definite for the training on this, because this is a common theme on the adult drug courts, and now we're seeing the mental health courts. I'm assuming we're going to continue to see moving forward as well. On the responsibility of who puts what information in and who has read-only abilities and how that gets captured. I'm just looking at what our issues are with that, but that's been a common theme is the SCMS.
Sure. Rachel, I do want to give you a chance if you want to add anything to this conversation.
Thank you, Adeline. And Jake, you're definitely right. I think that this is one of those challenges where the feedback is probably going to come to a lot of programs. And because we know this is a really common challenge, this was something discussed at the House Bill 4001 task force in pretty great depth that we know is a theme across communities. So it's definitely not unique to any one program type or location. We definitely are always looking at strategies as a team for how to support you all with this. That includes sometimes really creative solutions to who's entering what and how to get the information. I would add that House Bill 2632 just passed in this session that also adds in some of that kind of task force finding about trying to guide programs towards using the system for all of the reasons that we know it's beneficial, information sharing for the team, for you all when you're doing your staffing, for monitoring kind of the overall program health as well as using it for statewide data purposes. So the hope is that there will be some continued effort in this area, but maybe some increased motivation to get programs and all team members using the system so that you all are getting everything that you need from it. And Mr. Garcia is just about to call on you, given you're a member of that task force and may have more to add.
Well, I just before Joe goes, I understand the need and the severity of the need to utilize it, but like anything else, and the common theme I hear from my program staff, our treatment court staff, one, it's double entry. So they already have to enter all their notes into their system. So our therapists enter all their notes into their system, and then they have to turn around and re-enter it. I know community corrections, we do our Doc 400 stuff, and then we turn around and enter the same stuff in there. So it's double entry, which takes double time, which I think most people don't have a lot of. So I'm interested in knowing how we can consolidate a lot of this stuff moving forward. And I'm interested in getting some more training in that arena because I'm removed from it. I wouldn't even know how to get into it. And I should, but I don't.
Joe, go ahead.
So I pre-COVID was interested in this, and COVID hit, and then we just kind of fast forward and 5 years or whatever. But it's something I'm going to bring up at the task force meeting, assuming that I can at least share information at that level. And that is, it doesn't make sense to me why we can't streamline. Most of us use a couple of different UA companies. We have identifiers. There's no reasons that we can't create a system that streamlines that entry from when they're reporting out, even if we're having to do imports and exports, which is not the most ideal, that we can't create a system where we maybe have a standalone server that drops those results in real time and then uploads them into that system. So I know we have to have security protocols to do that, but they all have SID numbers primarily. And so that would reduce the data entry piece of it and would also reduce potential human error in entering those things. It just seems logical to streamline that process. And so I hope that that's a conversation, or at least I know I'll be bringing forward if that once the Treatment Court Advisory Committee comes online. So, and that should help address, especially smaller counties, and that constant, because it does take a lot of time, to enter those, and we do have to enter them in different systems. So if we could at least streamline that system and increase the accuracy of that data that's being entered into it, that'd be helpful.
Go ahead, Rachel.
This is the last thing I'll say on it, mostly because I think that this is like a really helpful, valuable conversation. Again, a lot of this has been talked about pretty heavily at the task force, this idea of integration, how we can minimize duplication of work. And that is all part of the conversation and how we can best use the statewide system. Most definitely are thinking about this integration piece. Would love to have more conversations with you all and anticipate that will be something we can do. But for the sake, I think, of today's meeting, just say, we are very aware of these challenges, and the best practices really point towards using a centralized system, sharing the information within a timely fashion. And I believe that was kind of the intent behind the feedback here, recognizing that this is something we are all in it together. We will all work on this so that this is something that is doable in all communities, recognizing that there are unique challenges. So thank you all for the feedback and look forward to talking more about it.
Thank you, Rachel.
Anything else for Tillamook, kind of bringing it back to them specifically? All right, let's talk about Wasco and Hood River counties. So their scorecard score was 86%. They had a narrative score of 28. And again, they have not been funded by the CJC before. So we don't have any record of their spending.
Are you on to the next slide?
I am. Is it not showing up?
No, I still see Tillamook.
What? Is that true for everyone?
No, I'm seeing
I can.
Wasco.
Oh, yeah, I
Wasco.
see Wasco.
Can you see it now,
Now
Jake?
I see Wasco Hood.
Okay.
I see it now. My bad.
Whew, stressful. No, you're good. Nothing foils a meeting quite like technology. All right, appreciating those thumbs quite a bit. Do you want to give a chance? Anything else? All right, no other feedback. So next up we have Klamath. For their mental health court, their scorecard score was 86%. They had a narrative score of 26, and they had spent 52% of their funds by the end of Q7. I do want to note increase in their completion rate in 23-25 as well. So kind of a moving on up situation.
I have a question about best practices again.
Of course.
They have 6 treatment providers. I know we had a bunch when I came in on family treatment court, and I thought we brought it down to just 2 for the purpose of best practices. What is the standard in regards to treatment providers?
I'm going to turn to Rachel Mark on this one. She just can't get away.
Good news. I'm watching with bated breath. The standard on this has actually been a really interesting one. So historically, it was very clearly work with 1 provider, 2 at max, don't work with more people. And I think with the evolution of understanding how to best serve each individual that comes in our programs and the unique needs they present, meeting them where they're at, et cetera, there's more guidance in the standards now about this participant voice and choice and letting them pick. That all being said, so I think that the idea of having kind of a repertoire is not totally out of the realm of being within best practices, as long as information is being shared centrally with the team. The team members are following confidentiality laws. They're participating in staffing and coordinating team responses. So it's really the ability to do kind of all of those things. But I think this is a great example of how do you best meet your participants' needs and leverage resources in your community as efficiently and financially responsible as possible. But great question, Judge.
Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I was just gonna point out that the one question I captured from that was how many of those folks, those participants in the mental health court, were already seeking services with these providers. So they've added these providers to the group as they work themselves through the judicial system and through the arrest, conviction, supervision, now mental health court. So I thought 6 was a lot, but then I had to take a step back and ask myself that question, because in some communities they have a lot of therapists. Here we're lucky to have the 3 we have. So nevertheless, that was just a question I had was, but I don't know that we'll be able to answer that, is how many of these participants were already engaged with mental health prior to coming into the system.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to answer that, but it's a good point for consideration. Anything else for Klamath? All right, we're going to pop on over to Baker. So Baker County's mental health court had a scorecard score of 83%. They had a narrative score of 27, and they had spent 40% of their budget by the end of Q7.
Sorry, another best practice question.
No,
I did-
never apologize.
I did notice that several of the eligibility criteria, whether it was drug court or mental health court, sometimes it would say only allows participant in one time. Is that an appropriate criteria based on best practice?
Again, I will open the floor to Rachel, but before I do, that feedback regarding looking at eligibility criteria was given to many courts because of that exactly.
So I promise I was listening. Judge, can you say that question just one more time? I want to make sure I answer it very specifically.
Yes, absolutely. And so I saw a lot of criteria throughout the different reviews that a participant is only allowed in one time. So if they've been in and they didn't graduate, they're not allowed back, or even if they did graduate.
Okay, thank you. And that is absolutely, this is another, I think, kind of antiquated practice when there was still kind of getting more buy-in to drug courts. And I'm using the word drug courts because that's how early back this goes. I think people were far less understanding of the nature of managing substance use disorders and mental health needs. And there were a lot of programs that had that practice. I also think this ties a teeny bit to team member buy-in. Some team members might take a pretty hard line that they'll support the program or accept people in, but not individuals who have had this chance more than once. So there may be reasons behind the decision to have that in place. The best practices, however, no longer suggest that that is a necessary thing. There is no tie to better outcomes by limiting this population. In fact, based on what we know of the individuals who go through our treatment courts, relapse is not a straight line. Some people might end up back in circumstances and need kind of a reboot on some of these things. So the best practices actually guide towards accepting people more than once, assuming that they meet the rest of your target population.
This is why we have an expert. This is why we have Rachel to give really clear, concise answers like that. Anything else we want to let Baker County know? Joe, go ahead.
Just in their narrative around risk level, it caught me off guard when it's talking about adults and juveniles. And due to the lack of available court time, both populations are in there at the same time. But the adults don't sit with the juveniles. So I didn't know, I mean, I don't even understand like how that works. It's like just generally, I don't think I've ever actually seen that unless it's like a family court or something. So, let alone in a mental health court. So anyway, just, I don't know if that's aligned with the best practice or not. So, and I don't know if that's something they're going to get feedback or not, or if maybe I'm just been around too long and I don't understand that there's change to this is more acceptable practice. So
we can definitely get more clarity on it around eligibility. I know this was a conversation that we had as well as staff. And I'm going to, again, open the floor up to Rachel if she wants to add anything. I do have a note on here that says service to juveniles in this way that it was described goes against best practices. Rachel, do you want to talk about that anymore?
No, I think first really astute observation from having read the application, and I would say absolutely, yeah. What we know about the program types, if we're going to serve these two different populations, that should be done so separately. Also recognizing unique resource needs in different communities, I think that may be one of the challenges that would be considered here. So you're spot on from a best practice perspective. I think this is something that could probably be worked through just to kind of figure out how to best make it work in a pretty small rural community. That would make sure that we are not mixing our juvenile and adult populations for all of the reasons that you mentioned, Joe.
And although we're not doing budgets right now, it is, I mean, I know especially smaller communities got to kind of pull everything together, resources limited, but as long as they're articulating that later within budgetary kind of asks, if there's some clarity around if you're serving both populations at the same time, and depending on the resources of who's there and how are you distinguishing between billable services or what your ask is within the grant, if you're doing both adults and juveniles in that context. So anyway, just want to throw that out there, even though that's not what we're doing now.
No, absolutely. That can definitely be a piece of their feedback for sure. Anything else regarding Baker? All right, so because we're writing that line of our hard stop, I'm going to go ahead and make an executive decision, and we're going to call it now. So I will ask that all of you return at 1:05. Please come back. Hopefully we haven't scared you off yet. I will not be online. I'm also going to take a breather here. And please note when we come back, we'll be starting with Linn County Mental Health. So Judge, you'll be off camera for that one. So, all right. Unless there's any other questions, we'll see you all back at 1:05.